So for this switch, I'm going to do a very small amount of lube, which is actually what's recommended by most tutorials. So I'm going to take a very small amount of lube, evenly spread it between the two sides. And then without adding any more, I'm just going to touch on the spring where it makes contact with the stem. Then I'm going to take a little bit more for the spring, and I'll spread it between the two sides. And then without adding any more, I'm just going to touch on the spring where it makes contact with the stem. Then I'm going to take a little bit more for the spring, and I'll apply it to the inside and outside of the ends. Get a little more and add it to the other side. Then the spring and the bottom are done. And now for our entire stem, I'm only going to be using that much lube. I'm going to start with the sides and then just kind of even out throughout the rest of the stem, making sure to get all the sides. Then of course we'll get the legs, brush around this inner stem, and then just a little bit on the bottom of the stem, and we're all done. Let's put that one back together. And there we go, one lube switch per the book. And for this next switch, I'm going to be doing a little bit more lube. This is how I like to do mine. So for the bottom housing and the spring, it's going to be pretty much the same as the last switch. But for the stem, I'm going to add a little bit more lube. So for the amount of lube that we used on the last stem, I used that much just on this one side. And basically, I just want to be able to look in the light and see the lube on there. You know, I'm not trying to cake it on or anything, but I want to be able to see it. So I'm going to do the same for the other side. And I'm going to go in a third time for more lube for the front and back. Make sure to get the legs. Then of course get the stem. And yeah, basically I want to be able to see the lube on each face. And again, this is just my personal preference. So this switch is all done, and personally I wouldn't do any more lube than this, but of course today we're going to do a lot more and see what happens. Alright, so for this switch I'm just going to act like I don't know what I'm doing and nobody ever told me not to overlube a switch. Maybe we'll put enough that we could actually see a little bit of the white there, not just the clear. You know what, let's dip again for the other side. There we go. Let's put a bunch in the middle here. Put more on the spring than we usually would. All right, I think that's good. You know what, let's just try to lube the entire spring, not just the ends. And then for the stem, let's pretend like we're frosting a cake. Ooh, that's a lot. And yeah, I've never put this much lube on a stem before. And you can like see it trying to seep out of the top there. There's so much. All right, so I think this is going to be our final switch, and the question I'll these and see not only how they sound but also how they feel. So first, with no keycaps, this is the dry switch, and it feels fairly smooth for an unlubed switch. Next is our lightly lubed switch. Next is our lightly, and it feels fairly smooth for an unlubed switch. Next is our lightly lubed switch. And I can already hear a sound difference between the two, and it is quite a bit smoother. And the next one has a little bit more lube, but still within reason. And of course, this one feels buttery smooth. And now for the first over lubed switch. It's like you can kind of hear the lube making noise in there. You're not just hearing switch noises. And it does feel a little bit different than the last one. I don't know if it's losing any of its response. It's just a little bit still. And then finally the over the top one over here. Yeah, that's lost its responsiveness for sure. All right, well, let's put keycaps on them. All right, so now with keycaps unlubed, lightly lubed, a little bit more lube, overlubed, and extremely overlubed. So I guess the real question is, obviously this one is way overdone, but does this overlubed one sound or feel any worse than these others? I mean, honestly, this one doesn't feel bad, but it is a little bit slower to respond than the other three switches. But I mean, really, it doesn't feel too bad, and it doesn't sound too bad either. And yeah, some of the main reasons why you even lube a switch is to make it sound and feel better than a unlubed switch. And so adding a little bit can make it sound nice and make it feel real buttery. And then of course, if you add too much, then your overlubed switch is going to be less responsive than your dry switch. So yeah, when it comes to lubing switches, in the end, it's all personal preference. You could use as much or as little as you want. And yeah, I've heard some people say that they like to overlube their switches a little bit, like this one, and they like how it feels and sounds, and they don't mind the trade-off having to be a little less responsive. So yeah, lube them how you like them. You know, maybe lube a couple different switches and see how they feel. And I hope you all enjoyed watching this video. I hope you learned something from it. It was fun for me to make. Don't forget to leave a like, and thank you all for watching.
Pagkatapos ay umalis na si Ana at habang papaalis na si Michael sa restaurant, tinawagan ng isa sa mga tauhan ni Patrick si Patrick na inutos na magpatayin na siya. Tinawagan ni Patrick si Michael at sinabi sa kanyang nahanap na niya ang hotel room ni Ana. Ngunit ilang sandali pa, biglang may umatake kay Michael. Tumakbo si Michael para magtago, ngunit patuloy siyang hinabol ng mga lalaki, dahilan para mapilitan siyang makipaglaban. Samantala sa apartment ni Patrick, ang isa sa kanyang mga tauhan ay dinalil sa pintuan ni Ana. Pagkatapos nito, tinambakan niya si Patrick at pinahirapan siya sa parehong paraan bago siya tuluyang pinatay. Hindi nagtagal, dumating si Michael sa apartment at nakita niya si Patrick na nakasabit sa kisame gamit ang isang bedsheet. Nakatanggap siya ng
Switches, lubing each one a little bit more than a mechanical switch. So today I'm going to be taking a couple of switches, lubing each one a little bit more than the
Pumasok si Ana na may hawak na shotgun at sinimulan ng paghahanap sa kanya. Inatake siya ni Michael at ang dalawa ay nauli sa isang close combat, ngunit nagawa siyang patumbahin ni Ana. Bumulot si Ana ng kutsilyo at inatake si Michael, ngunit kahit papaano nauli ang laban sa pagbalakpakan ng dalawa. Nang umalis na si Ana sa gusali, bigla siyang binaril sa tagiliran, ngunit ang gunman ay pinatay ng isang nakabalabal na lalaki. Nabunyag na ang lalaking ito ay si Moody, na tinulungan si Ana sa paggamot ng kanyang sugat. Lumalabas na tinambangan ni Moody ang huling attacker sa kanyang mansyon at dinisguise ang lalaki na maging kamukha niya. Nalaman ng dalawa na ang amo ni Michael ay magdadaos ng isang charity event sa kanyang mansyon at nalaman mula kay Billy Bob na alam nilang darating si Ana. Sa araw ng charity event, idineploy ang maraming tauhan sa paligid ng mansyon, kabilang ang mga aso, mga drone, at mga bangka sa paligid ng compound. Nang nagsimula na ang event, nandoon din si Michael habang binabantayan ang pagdating ni Ana, na nakapasok na sa compound habang nakadisguise bilang isang waitress. Ilang sandali pa, nagpakita na ang amo ni Michael at nagsimula ng magbigay ng talumpati. Inihanda na ni Ana ang kanyang baril, ngunit nakita niya si Michael, kaya sinubukan niyang iwasan ang mga mata nito. Gayunpaman, nakita ni Michael si Ana at nagawang matakaw siya bago pa niya nagawang makapagpaputok, dahilan para magkagulo ang lahat ng tao sa lugar. Isinugod ang boss mula sa ballroom papunta sa kanyang panic bunker para sa lockdown. Samantala, bumukas muli ang sugat ni Ana at maingat na tinatrack ni Michael ang mga bakas ng kanyang dugo. Inatake siya ni Ana, ngunit nauwi ito sa pagkabaril ng kanyang balikat habang tumatakas at muli siyang hinabol ni Michael. Samantala, nasa bunker ang boss nang tambangan siya ni Moody. Nabunyag na ang boss ay si Lucas Gaze, na inupahan dati si Moody upang patayin siya, ngunit gamitin niya ang kanyang kamatayan upang itago ang kanyang sarili, ang kanyang anak, at ang kanyang criminal empire. Sinabi ni Moody kay Edward na hinahanap niya si Lucas para lang makabawi sa di umano'y pagpatay kay Edward. Inamin ni Moody na hindi siya mas magaling kaysa kay Edward dahil sa lahat ng mga taong napatay niya, ngunit hindi siya kailanman nagpanggap na isang mabuting tao. Inamin ni Moody na pareho nilang dapat pagbayaran ng kanilang mga kasalanan, bago ibinunyag ang isang bomba mula sa kanyang bag. Samantala, nagawang matuto ni Michael ang sugatang si Ana. Itinaas niya ang kanyang baril upang patayin na siya, ngunit biglang sumabog ang bomba ni Moody, dahilan para tumalsik silang dalawa at pinayagan si Ana na makatakas. Nagawang makabalik ni Ana sa kanyang bayan. Naalala niya ang gabi ng massacre, kung saan sinalakay ng isang gang ang kanyang compound. Pinili nila si Ana na panoorin silang patayin ng nang lumabas ng gusali si Ana at dito na nagtatapos ang pelikula.
This is foam and this is a keyboard. You combine them and you don't actually get anything special. Here's a sound test. This is foam and this is a keyboard. You combine them and you don't actually get anything special. Here's a sound test. This is foam and this is a keyboard. You combine them and you don't actually get anything special. Here's a sound test. This is foam and this is a keyboard. You combine them and you don't actually get anything special. Here's a sound test. This is
I saw the spacebar mod on the internet and I wanted to try it because it's supposed to be really easy. All you need is tape and your spacebar and scissors. And this is what it sounds like before. Yeah, pretty bad. Okay, I put in one layer of tape. Tell me if it sounds any different than before. Should I try a second layer? I think I will. This is it with 2 layers. I'm sure you can cut it more cleanly than I did, but I just want to see if it sounds any better. Alright, let me know. Did 1 layer of tape, no layers of tape, or 2 layers of tape sound better? I saw this
So one of the major criticisms of the keyboard to help with the hull fans gasket foams, and they are way denser and way more high quality than the Q1 foams, and I put this on the top and the bottom case where it would line up with the foams on the plate. Obviously it made the keyboard a little stiffer because there's less room to flex, and it also did not help with the ping noise because it still didn't solve the issue of the hollowness of the keyboard. So to really fix the ping issue, you really only have two options. The first one is to completely get rid of all the flex in the keyboard to get a really solid typing experience. And solid as in a very harsh bottom out, as if you're typing on a tray mount keyboard. Or number two, you can retain the flex and still get a pretty clean typing experience, which I think is definitely ideal considering you paid for a gasket mount keyboard, and flex is definitely a significant part to the gasket mount keyboard experience. So for the first method, you will need to put gasket foam everywhere. This means filling up the empty spots on the plates and the top and bottom case with the Q1 and KBD fans foam. Next, you want to add a thick piece of foam on the bottom, maybe around half the width of a finger, and stick it below the PCB. This will make the keyboard feel super hard without the possibility of any flex. With the second method, you will need to layer some tape on the bottom of the PCB. This will make the keyboard sound less hollow because the sound bounces off the tape as well as being absorbed by it. You will also want to put some polyfill or some cotton balls at the base of the keyboard to fill all the space. The cotton is dense yet soft enough that when you press down on the keyboard, you're still getting a little bit of flex. So let's hear the before and after sound test and see how you like the difference. Is that right?
Let's go! My first time, chat. This is Valve's new game, chat. Sounds... Take flight in a power... Wait, literally Widowmaker. Crow for...
Yo, no cap, I'm teaching my boy this game, and this is like his second game, and he barely knows English, so...
My boy!
GG, bro,
my
but
boy.
like,
This,
on gang, though.
This is my first game! GG!
Hey, fuck.
What?!
Once upon a time, there was a game called Team Fortress 2, the first big hero shooter. Created by Valve, it was one of the most popular games in its time. But eventually, its time came and its time went. A successor to the game, Overwatch, came in and took the throne. And Overwatch was no slouch. Anytime a hero shooter would try and challenge it, it would always defend itself. But eventually, Overwatch became too greedy. It slapped a 2 on itself and pretended like it was a new game. And at first, it worked, and it made even more money. But the cracks were beginning to show, and it wasn't strong enough to defend against a real competitor. So when a competitor did come, it was severely wounded. And finally, Deadlock came, seemingly out of nowhere, and finished the job. And now, we are full circle back to where we started, with Valve. Deadlock is Valve's new MOBA hero shooter. And yeah, we're talking about that Valve. Yes, that Valve. The same Valve who makes banger after banger after banger game. So you know that Valve, one of the few devs who have a history with both MOBAs and hero shooters, was gonna cook with this one. And it's like a Michelin star restaurant with how good the cooking is here. God damn! So yeah, Deadlock is a 6v6 third-person MOBA hero shooter. And I know most of my fans understand the concept of hero shooters, but MOBAs? Not so much. So let me break this game down for all you noobs who have never touched League or Dota or any MOBA ever. In this game, both teams are pushing towards the enemy base with the ultimate goal of killing the enemy patron, which is a big NPC boss dude. He talks like this. Each player will be assigned to one of 4 lanes, color coordinated to make it easier for you you noobs. You'll either be alone or with a teammate, fighting 1 or 2 enemies. But you can leave your lane whenever you want. You probably shouldn't until later, but like, it's a free country, do you, bro? You will be accompanied by little NPC dudes that will fight other enemies and even heal you a little bit. And you're gonna wanna make sure you have these with you as you push further and further, because the mini bosses get distracted by these little dudes. And if they're not distracted by these little dudes, they'll see you and they'll kill you.
Gotta run.
Oh, I got dead again. This game stinks.
On your path to the big boss is smaller mini bosses like the Guardians and Walkers, and of course, other enemy players. As you kill the NPCs or enemy players, you will earn souls, and these souls will slowly level up your character, unlocking new abilities and upgrades to those abilities. Souls will also pop out of enemies in little bubbles that your enemies can deny, so make sure you pop those or your enemy team can farm souls off of your kills. It also means that you can deny them as well, so just pay attention to the soul bubbles, especially in the beginning. The souls will also act as a sort of currency that you will use to buy perk upgrades. At the home base or near the Guardian NPCs, you'll find a shop to buy these upgrades. So make sure you buy these as soon as you can, or you can just wait until you die, but if you're good, you go back and upgrade while you're still alive, you noob. While you will passively heal and eventually unlock abilities that help you heal by killing things, the guaranteed way to get all your health back is to go back to the home base. And thankfully you have these convenient zip rails that make traveling throughout the map a lot faster. But this isn't a get out of jail free card. If you get shot while riding one of these, you'll fall off and you'll probably get killed.
Burn it down.
There's also other NPCs that lurk in between the lanes that you can kill to farm souls. And there's also these little gold statues that will give you souls as well, and temporary boosts, so it's kind of worth it to explore. There's also a mid-boss that if defeated will grant you and your teammates faster respawn for when you die. So sometimes there will be huge battles that take place in the middle of the map just to guarantee this one-time fast respawn. So by the time you and your team have killed multiple Guardians and Walkers, you'll be fully loaded with all of your abilities and way higher health and much higher damage output. And then you'll start to win team fights or you'll get rolled. It's a MOBA after all. It goes both ways. So then once your team has won enough team fights and broken up enough paths, you can finally kill the enemy patron and win the game. I'm obviously oversimplifying this, but that's the core idea in a nutshell. The game, when you really think about it, is not that difficult to comprehend. However, what really gives this game its depth and spice is the characters, as there's a lot, and they all have unique strategies on how they're supposed to be played. So let's quickly talk about. This game has a wide selection of heroes, and you know I gotta make fun of all of them. So you got Hellboy, Hook and Boom, a freaking nerd, Hanzo, Edgy Tracer, Finger Guns, Gargoyles, super underrated show by the way, Vanilla Ice, Suck, Dudley, Torbjorn and Rampart's love child, Pinky and the Brain.
Whoa, is that blackface, dude?
No, this isn't blackface. I'm an actual demon.
Danny Phantom. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Austin Butler.
Blackface, I'm an actual demon.
Danny Phantom. Why is 6 afraid of 7? Austin Butler. Wid Toe Maker. Charlie Slimesicle. Do you smell bacon? Wraith. No, seriously, we have another character that people can main and put TTV in their name. Yay. The Last Samurai. They each come equipped with 3 abilities and an ultimate. For noobs, Valve has nicely labeled the beginner characters with this little green check mark, so use them if you're brand new. Since there's so much variety in the heroes and the skills, it may seem overwhelming when you start buying things. But fear not, you can browse popular builds and find one that best suits your playstyle. Do you want to be more damage oriented, more defensive, or are you just choosing the one with the funniest name? Either way, there's builds made by players better than you. They are labeled with the order you should buy each upgrade, and even some notes explaining why. It simplifies the process greatly. But you're still welcome to choose any upgrade you want from any of the paths. They are, after all, just recommendations. All 12 characters, both teammates and enemies, will be unique, so you're not guaranteed to get your character. You do have the option to select multiple characters before the game begins, and then the game will choose for you. But you can sort by preference. It's important to know what each character can do, so you not only know how to use them, but also how to fight against them. You should know that Lash and Abrams want to play up close and personal, so stay back. Or that Vindicta has a sniper, so don't be in the open versus that. You should know that 7's ultimate will only affect anyone in line of sight, or that Bebop's ultimate is literally a hyper beam from Pokemon, so stay away. She's weak, she's weak.
Got her, got her.
You've seen it in the anime when Gyarados does it. Get the fuck out of there. Great Talon plays more ranged, and Warden plays up close, etc., etc. Oh yeah, in this game, you can also melee and charge your melee to do more damage, and also punch farther. And while that sounds strong, because it is, you can also parry the melee.
I won't yield.
So it's not this broken mechanic with no counterplay. So once you find your favorite heroes and your favorite loadout, then now
Laro tayo ta.
Ha?
Laro tayo ta.
Meron na ako niya. Tamad, ang haba din ng games.
Ilang minutes.
Mabot din ako isang oras, parang Dota
Yes,
din.
Dota ay. So, Dota nga, ano na lang, 40 minutes na lang yun, 30 minutes.
oh, you just need to find some friends and jump in. It is a MOBA, so teamfights are very crucial, and successfully winning them will help your team snowball and finally make that big final push for the win.
Nakakasawa na yung ano niya.
Let's talk about the aesthetic, because that seems to be a little contentious. Personally, I love it. It's got the right amount of cartoonish charm without being too corny. And I like the visual style referencing a sort of Victorian steampunk vibe. You can have robots and vampires and green goo boys, and they all just work together. The actual character designs go so hard. My favorite designed ones being, well, the ones on the thumbnail, but Infernus is really peak character design. He's got this sinister vibe that reminds me of the villain from The Princess and the Frog. And also, he's got finger guns, which you would think would be silly and stupid, but it's actually so awesome here. The voice acting is great as well. Everyone sounds fantastic. You might even recognize a voice actor or two. The map matches the Victorian aesthetic as well, with it feeling like a city in the late 1800s. I will say that it's very gray and could use some splashes of color here and there. Maybe some seasonal changes like a version for the 4 seasons, because I know MOBAs usually only have like one map, but I just feel like a little extra pizzazz wouldn't hurt nobody. The actual core gameplay itself is satisfying. The gunplay feels smooth and punchy, and even though I usually don't love third-person shooters, it just really works here. The stamina system feels fair, and the animations for the movement look great, especially the dodges. They just look so cool when they zip and zoom and dodge around. The abilities feel so satisfying to use once you get the hang of it. For example, one of my favorite characters, Seven, his ultimate can single-handedly win you so many fights, and positioning it correctly can be what does that, and then out of nowhere, you're just getting kill after kill after kill after kill. Superhero static shock. I also think the upgrade system is simple but effective. Having 3 main categories also helps streamline it. I think if you're new to MOBAs, it's really not that bad, honestly. And I got the hang of it really quickly. There's a really cool post-game stats chart that can go into even more detail as to how you and your team did. You'll see that you sometimes carry people or get carried. I just think it's very insightful as to how a match went, and you can learn a lot from it by just looking at it. Also, this game is 100% going to be great competitively. I can't wait for tournaments and seeing what pros can pull off in a game like this. Already watching some streamers like Shroud play this game, it's a whole different game with them. Plus, it's Valve, so balance patches and esports support will definitely be coming. Already some pros have quit their other main games for this. It's a whole different game with them. Plus, it's Valve, so balance patches and esports support will definitely be coming. Already some pros have quit their other main games for this. While it might be because I'm new to the MOBA experience, I can see this game feeling repetitive for some newer players. There's honestly enough variety in characters alone to give this game plenty of variation, but I do think that just small aesthetic changes to the map will do a lot in the long run to make it not feel so plain. This is the alpha, so we don't know a lot of things about this game, like how they're going to monetize it, how the ranked rule set will work, so I don't want to criticize it on these aspects yet, but I do hope that they follow previous MOBA's lead and create a ban phase for the character selection during ranked, especially if they are trying to make it so that all 12 heroes are different in the games. Otherwise, it'll just be luck of the draw, and that will definitely piss people off. Also, the servers disconnect people all the time. It does have a reconnect feature, but it seems to not work a lot of the time, so matches can just be 5v6s, and it takes a while to be able to leave the match without penalty, and these matches are long. Also, it's a MOBA hero shooter, so imagine League of Legends Rage with Overwatch toxicity combined. Yeah, So just be prepared for that going into the game. Okay, it's not that bad, but ranked isn't a thing yet, so just know that you've been warned. I do also hope that they add at least more music because I can play the same map over and over again, but don't make me hear the same sounds over and over again. Give me some music packs or something. I like in-game music, but not when it's the same one over and over and over again. There's also no real story, which I normally don't mind, but I know fans of hero shooters and MOBAs do like some lore and stuff behind the game. There's like a webcomic, I think, but otherwise, yeah, if you want to know more about why these characters are the way they are, I guess stay tuned. Maybe they'll add some cinematics or something akin to TF2, and the time to kill is just a lot longer than most shooters. It is a MOBA thing, people have a ton of health, and this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I know for some of you, that alone can be a turnoff. It can be a little frustrating when you feel like you die instantly and your opponent never dies, but it's probably just a skill issue. Also, there is a ton of crowd control CC abilities in this game, so if you thought Overwatch was bad, this might not be your cup of tea. It's also only on Steam so far, and while I do have high hopes for it to maybe one day come to consoles, it actually might not ever. So console fans, I apologize in advance if you got excited and you can never play this game. Sorry. I never got into MOBAs before this game. Dudley, Torbjorn and Rampart's love child, Pinky in the...
Over 300 people have asked me to try this keyboard. And wait, did they just say that it sounds like heaven? That was their words, not mine. I didn't say it. But with some absolutely crazy claims, like how it blows the GMMK Pro out of water. Wait, that's actually really easy. And how it will literally save my marriage. I promise I didn't edit that photo. You know we absolutely had to get one. So in this video, I'm gonna be building what could be one of the best budget keyboards. But not just that, because I'm also going to be using some of the best, cheapest switches on Amazon. Huh? Now, if you have no idea why I'm so excited about keyboards, then howdy hey, I'm Hippio and I try things so you don't have to. And in my quest to find the best budget keyboards so that everyone can have a custom keyboard, the Leobog High 75 could just be one of them. I mean, is this heaven or hell? You tell me. Now, this story begins with an email. Leobog reached out and they wanted me to try one of their keyboards, their K81. And I said, no, that actually doesn't interest me very much. But then I remembered the hundreds, if not thousands of comments that have been asking me to try one of their other keyboards, the Leobog High 75. So, full disclosure, this video is sponsored by Leobog. However, they did not review my video, they did not tell me what to say, and all of my thoughts are my own. Now, if you're on a budget, this keyboard could be really interesting because it starts at 67 to 75 bucks for the bare bones version that we have here. But you're probably thinking, Hippio, then I need keycaps and switches. But wait, because it's also as cheap as $89 for the fully built version. And I'll talk about that more later. Now, I was a little bit surprised as my keyboard that I got only came with USB-C cable, no switch puller or keycap puller or anything like that, so customization might cost you an extra $2 or so. However, when buying the keyboard, you're actually spoiled with choice because there's 8 different color versions for the bare bones case, and then like 3 to 5 more for the built versions, but there are some problems that we're gonna have to talk about later. But starting off with what's good, this is a 75% keyboard, so you keep your arrow keys and your F row. However, as you might have noticed, there is no numpad. I'm sorry, numpad gang, as loud as you are, apparently nobody buys them. Also, spoiler alert, my keyboard came with 2 switches installed, so that's kind of cringe. Why are they giving away the good part? Or maybe I did that and completely forgot, because I remember I tested this. I don't know, the keyboard arrived in January. Now, as far as the actual, my keyboard came with 2 switches installed, so that's kind of cringe. Why are they giving away the good part? Or maybe I did that and completely forgot, because I remember I tested this. I don't know, the keyboard arrived in January. Now, as far as the actual construction goes, you're looking at full aluminum. Although that can mean a lot of things, like this could be a cheaper aluminum or a more premium aluminum. You also get these very big pepperoni feet, which help with not sliding across your desk, and a cute little planet engraved on the back, which honestly I wish that was like enamel filled or something. Overall, the build quality isn't too anvil-y, and the knob is a ugly but welcomed touch. Like, it's really ugly. I really hope that Leobog starts to sell replacement knobs that can get rid of this big red button, because why do I want a big red button that looks like that? In fact, that knob is actually one of the biggest cons that I've found so far, just because it really kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, literally because it's red. However, one thing that is amazing is these Leobog switches. Now, this keyboard comes with 4 different switch options: a tactile, a Nimbus linear, a clicky, and these Greywood linears. Now, the reason why I wanted to try these is because they actually matter even if you don't have this keyboard. Because you can get these bad boys for 25 bucks on Amazon, and that's for 100 of them. Now, at first glance, these might look like a basic box linear switch with a 40-gram actuation and a 53-gram bottom out, but what you wouldn't expect for a switch this cheap is that they've actually been factory lubed, and quite decently, even if you don't have this keyboard. Because you can get these bad boys for 25 bucks on Amazon, and that's for 100 of them. Now, at first glance, these might look like a basic box linear switch with a 40-gram actuation and a 53-gram bottom out, but what you wouldn't expect for a switch this cheap is that they've actually been factory lubed, and quite decently, I might add. Now, the previous version of this switch wasn't that great, but the V3 is actually really good, and apparently there's a V4, but I have not tried that yet. With so many switches out there, it's really easy to get super overwhelmed, so having a switch that's this affordable and on Amazon, so you can buy it, try it, and return it if you don't like it, is a really nice thing. But going back to the keyboard, there are some things that aren't too hot. For example, unlike some of its competition, like the Rainy 75, it isn't wireless, and it also doesn't support open source software like VIA or QMK. Also, out of the box, the gasket performance really isn't doing too much, but I think we'll fix that later. Now, for the keycaps, I was actually really conflicted with this build. At first, I wanted to put GMK on there, but then I was like, I have some really pretty keycaps that are from Tomo Caps. Now, these are the fairy type keycaps, and at $80 they cost more than the keyboard, but we're gonna ignore that because they're pretty and I like them. I think one of the things that everybody gets caught up on when going for the cheapest, most budget keyboard possible is that sometimes you just like things, and that makes it worth the money. And it's totally okay to have preferences and spend money where you want to. As long as you're getting the basic features and as long as you're happy at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Also, please ignore the F3. it's gonna get worse. Now, if you're someone that's trying to extract the most amount of budget out of your keyboard build, then obviously nowadays going with a pre-built keyboard is best, and then buy new parts as you get the budget. Unlike PC building, where sometimes you can actually save money by building everything yourself, with keyboards you almost always pay for the luxury of choice. Speaking of choice, you're probably wondering, would I choose this keyboard over some of its competition? You have boards like the Sea-Doo V75, the Monsgeek M1, the Rainy 75, the Wilmir SK71, the Epomaker TH80. All of those are keyboards that might offer more in one spot, but offer less in another spot, be it price, or a software feature, or maybe aesthetics. So I really cannot tell you which one will be for you. However, what I will do is show you two different options for this keyboard. Yeah, that's right, baby. We're gonna be removing the foam. You're probably wondering, Hippio, why would you do that? Well, I want more gasket performance, because this thing is decent, but I'm really not getting a lot of flex, and I feel like we could be doing more here. Oh yeah, also I wanted to address the this thing blows the GMMK Pro out of the water. Yeah, it's better in almost every single way. The switches feel better, the keycaps feel better, the keyboard build quality feels better, the knob feels better. I mean, and the price is way, way cheaper. And you're probably saying, oh, Hippio, you're only saying that because Leobog sponsored you. And no, ultimately, at the end of the day, I make most of my money from affiliate links because I'm biased and I want you to build a keyboard. And just like the Leobog keyboard, I have affiliate links for the GMMK Pro keyboards. In fact, because they're more expensive, I would probably make more. But at the end of the day, I don't really care. You can buy whatever keyboard you want, but please just do your research. Anyways, that's a rant that probably only 20 of you listen to, but I kind of just need that to be said sometimes. But as I mentioned before, the Leobog is not perfect, and some of the signs of that start to show as you start to take the board apart. And one of the biggest red flags for this keyboard is actually the screws that they decided to build it with. Because I really like taking my keyboards apart and fiddling with them, and these screws strip incredibly easily. Like, I was really careful with my Linus Tech Tip screwdriver, and I stripped 2 of them just taking it apart. The reason I point this out is because this just doesn't happen with some of the other keyboards that I've tried. Like, I strip a screw maybe once every 15 keyboards, and this happened twice. This is actually super bad and a super big problem because it means that you probably can't take this thing apart that many times. Like, you've got a limited life cycle on these screws unless you replace them. Now, you just got a view at the bottom gaskets, which are incredibly pillowy and thick, and these are the top gaskets in the top part of the case. Now, I'll give you a sound test of what the board sounded like with all of the foam in it at the end of the video, but removing the foam reveals the FlexCut PCB. This is what's going to give the board an incredibly flexy typing experience, however, it can alter the sound in a way that some think are negative. So again, those flex cuts could be a con, but I do want you to stick around to when I remove this foam because the flex is going to be genuinely amazing. Speaking of amazing is how much foam they stuffed in this thing. I mean, first we've got PE foam, a PET sheet, which is like the same stuff water bottles are made out of. Really weird, but this keeps popping up in keyboards a lot. I need to do some tests. And the classic pour-on plate foam, which is actually what we're going to be leaving in this build because with the amount of flex cuts we have, I actually don't think you could really build this thing without it. Or you could, but it would be really annoying and I'm not going to do that. Also, I'll be putting this plastic sheet on the bottom of the case so it doesn't short out because of how much flex it's going to have. This is actually really necessary. And so far I am... Whoa. That is some flex. It's literally flexing as I type. Now, I am going to cut a little bit of electrical tape and do what we call a force break mod because there is just a little bit too much metal on metal contact, and this is going to reduce any bit of ping that we get from the case. This is a super simple mod that you even see on like some $600 keyboards because of poor design, but you know, super simple. And then the hardest part was screwing this thing back together with the stripped screws, and I'm probably never going to get it apart again. But you're probably wondering, what are my thoughts on this keyboard overall? Well, it is actually really solid for the price, and this is another one of those budget keyboards that you can just pick up and have a good entry point into the hobby with. Is it better than something like the Rainy 75? Well, no. Not really. I mean, unless you want flex. But with a lot of these keyboards offering basically the same features at very similar price points, it's kind of up to you what you care about the most. What I care about the most is you watching the whole sound test to support my YouTube algorithm overlords, and also subscribing. Thanks. I tried the Rainy 75, and you should too. Why? And you should too? Howdy hey, I'm Hypiotech, and I tried over 50 keyboards this year. And let's just say, in my quest to find the best budget keyboards, this one might actually be it. And you might be thinking, wait, this seems really familiar to the Zoom 75 video. But what if I told you that this keyboard was $100 cheaper? For the whole keyboard? What? Yeah, we'll see about that. In this video, I'll be trying this very pretty keyboard, the Rainy 75, and I'll be putting it to the test to see if it's actually as good as it seems. Like, is this just a scam? And did I mention the twist? Because this keyboard is going to be entirely stock. I won't be doing any modding myself. Yes, even the stabilizers. Now you're probably thinking, Hippio, you're insane. That's insane. You can't build a custom keyboard without modding it. It's not gonna be good. Well, fine. What if I hit my villain arc? What if I removed all of the foam? What if I went crazy and didn't put any foam in this keyboard and it sounded really good? What?
It's raining, like rain. You get the joke.
So that intro was really long-winded, but this video definitely deserves your time because this keyboard could potentially ruin everything. Now this video is sponsored by Wobkey, however they did not review this video, they did not tell me what to say, and all of my thoughts are my own. Now I will have links down below, but please watch the whole video first. Now in order to know how crazy this price point I'm about to tell you is, you have to know how expensive keyboards have been in the past. I remember I bought my first custom keyboard for $180 US for just the kit. So then how did they get the starting price for this at 89 bucks? What? Now, full disclosure, this thing is a Kickstarter, and I hate Kickstarters. That's it. I hate Kickstarters. Even though I thought this keyboard was really cool, I was gonna turn down this whole entire video, not make it, but then they told me, wait, we've actually been making them for the last couple months. And then I said, okay, prove it. And then they sent me a video of their whole entire factory and production, and that's actually quite a lot of keyboards already made. So essentially, they're kind of just using Kickstarter for marketing, which I think is a little bit cringe. I think they should have just finished the keyboards, but whatever. But then they told me, no, don't worry. After this, we're actually going to keep it in stock and on Amazon. Now you have me interested. So let's get this board unboxed, and then I'll talk about the Kickstarter a little bit more. First, the accessories are pretty bare bones. You get a basic cable, a keycap and switch puller, 3 mystery switches, which I'll talk about later, and a free floating dongle. Wait, is this thing wireless? You also get, believe it or not, a keyboard. Now, this whole thing was shipped to me pretty well, however, I did unbox it early to make sure that the keyboard was there, and to try the keyboard to see if it was even worth making a video on, and wow, box it early to make, believe it or not, a keyboard. Now, this whole thing was shipped to me pretty well, however, I did unbox it early to make sure that the keyboard was there, and to try the keyboard to see if it was even worth making a video on, and wow, that's a long manual, entirely in Chinese. Okay, never mind, the other side had English. They also make some pretty crazy claims, like 2 milliseconds of wired delay and 3 milliseconds over wireless, but wow. That is a very pretty keyboard. Now, this is a 75% keyboard that comes as a fully built kit, and oh my god, that back weight, we'll talk about that more soon. However, if you checked out the link in the description, you are probably very confused, as there is a lot of different options for this board. Now, I tried my best to parse through this so I could help you make the best decision possible, if any at all. Now, first things first, this board starts at $89 US, however, that's only for 100 units, so it's effectively 99. So I'm gonna mentally add $10 to each price because the first 100 units only goes to 100 people. So the $89 version only comes in 2 colors, the black and silver, and you don't
the Alla F75, a pre-built creamy keyboard that you really don't need to even mod. Since this is a gasket mounted structure, it creates a very soft and bouncy feel. And if you're an RGB fan, the RGB options on this keyboard are completely endless. This is the model.
Oh, nice.
Oh, what the hell? saglit pa. Magbibigyan ako ng ilaw. Patay lang saglit. Magbibigyan ako kasi ilaw ng ilaw. Papatay ba? Saglit. Saglit. Ayan. Bibigyan ako lang dyan.
Grounded.
Match found. They have no idea how heartless I am.
What?
So, are we going to talk about the empty locker back at base? The one with the scratched out 8? Anyone? No one? Okay.
Out of charges.
Fuck.
Our spike carrier's down.
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Spike's down.
Dropping it.
Shame.
Reloading.
I have the spike.
65.
No peeking.
Just die. Last player standing. Placing wall trap. Blinding trap. Wall tripped. Flashing. Retrieving flash. As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
Grab a drop. Reloading. Reloading.
Need a drop.
Reloading.
I have the spike.
Deploying drone. Right here.
There's one drop.
Our spike's down. Spike down. C. I have the spike. Out of charge. Spike dropped.
I have the spike. Reloading. Revealing area.
Last player standing. Spike down. C. Long.
May the wind guide your blade, Jet. And my arrows.
I need a weapon. Need a drop.
Now we wait. Time to flash.
Right here. Deploying drone.
Cutting ready. Be faster.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate's ready. Rip and tear. Thorns activated.
Shock dart.
No peeking.
Those not ready yet. What? Not ready yet.
The winds shift in our favor.
Reloading. Let's fly.
Now we wait.
Need a drop.
Off si Idol.
Reloading.
Take flight.
No
Enemy
peeking.
tag.
Grounded. Reloading sight.
Scanning ahead.
Last place.
No peeking. Reloading. Right here.
Spike planted. Launching thorns. No more thorns.
Drop in a smoke. Reloading.
Retrieving flash. Last player standing.
No peeking. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead. Need just take a wee kip. Thanks.
Now we wait. I need a weapon.
Let's go.
Need a drop.
Get out of my way.
I have the spike.
Nailed him. My ult's ready. Reloading.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Deficient.
Shock dart.
Bring me the arsenal!
Reloading. Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Out of
Goodbye,
charge.
Cypher.
Gun here. Speak up and ask questions. Assumptions will only get us in trouble. Need a drop. Thanks.
Need a drop.
Ayun na, mami. Ayun na.
Now we wait. My ult's ready.
God damn.
Enemy spotted. A. Please.
Grounded.
No
Reloading.
charges. Wall tripped.
Last
Spike
player
player
standing.
killed. Spike down A.
Yikes.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
My ult is ready. You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Now we wait.
Caution here.
You want to play? Let's play.
Drop in a smoke. Back like I never left.
Enemy spotted.
Block inside. Enemy spotted B.
What the hell?
Spike down B.
My ult is ready.
Last player standing.
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Find their weakness.
They will cower.
Watch this. Enemy spotted C. Reloading. Yeah. Yeah.
Blind.
Spike carrier is killed.
Spike down C. Last player standing.
This is where someone says something pithy and we pretend to tolerate them. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Reloading.
Need a drop. Thanks. I'm here to stay.
All set.
I am the hunter.
One down.
Rip and tear. Ruins are live. Reloading. Blinding front. Blinding. Blinded.
Monster on the loose!
Last player standing.
No peeking.
Act on my intel. Don't give them time to reposition.
Now we wait.
Can't see the word. The hell?
Now we wait.
Reloading.
Screen sight.
Scanning ahead.
Reloading. Dropping smoke.
Retrieving flash.
Have one of these.
I know exactly where you are.
Wall trick.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
If you're not a good shot today, don't worry. There are other ways to be useful.
Need a drop. Keep up.
Deploying drone.
Reloading. Dropping smoke.
Cutting their vision.
Eyes down. Gotcha, fun. My turn. Enemy spotted.
Our spike's down. I have this fight.
Spike down A.
You disappoint me. My ultra.
One enemy remaining.
Launching thorn. Thorns activated.
Spike planted.
Reloading. Rip and tear.
Thorns activated.
Enemy spotted. A. Reload.
Last player standing.
Oh, I'm down, bro.
Dropping a smoke.
Last
ult is
round
ready.
in the half.
Reality has its place, but it's not here. Spend.
Need a drop. Thanks.
Now we wait.
Need a drop.
Now we wait.
They will cover.
Get out of my way. Button side. Bring me the arsenal.
Good hit. Rip and tear.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Spike plant.
No peeking.
Switching sides.
A bow and arrow is old fashioned, but sometimes old ways are best.
Eyes up. Right here. Right here. Enemy spotted C. Enemy spotted C.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless.
I'll isolate the problem. You crush it.
Out of charges.
Track them down.
Here.
Thick. My ultimate ready. Spike planted.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Scanning ahead. There they are. My quiver is never full.
I know exactly where you are.
Revealing area.
Spike planted. Last player standing. Flawless. Match point.
I demand what I'm owed.
Reloading.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Revealing area. There they are. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
3 gone.
No peeking.
Concentrate, Sova.
Attackers win.
You can run a brigantine for up to 3 people, or a galleon for when you have 4 whole people. Might be in trouble. Which is a good time to talk about the PvP side of this game.
I love the weekend.
Blowing up fire.
Welcome to back to my stuff. Hopefully this roly-poly didn't. Definitely. Now that.
So I'm about to go on home and take a nice long sleep, bringing us right on up to day 55. Because since I've got full access to everything with that key card, I wanted to go ahead and head towards the good old dead stump, because that's where yet another chip is waiting for me. Hurt Cade. Ready, set, go. Alright.
PS5 as if you're jumping in is a reasonably priced pirate jaunt that's good with friends, and I'm just mentioning that really basic and one note. You know, you're swinging a sword or
damn good. Sure, the RPG elements are basically gone. It's linear and short compared to the Dying Light games, but honestly, it may on a number 19 is Remnant 2. The Remnant secrets, then just jump in with a buddy and go nuts. At number 18 is Strange Brigade. Think Left 4 Dead, pretty basic, and Friend is just sort of along for the ride, which, you know, as long as you're in the open world. Original Sin. The general understanding was nobody wanted multiplayer in a turn-based story-heavy RPG. Seemed like a crazy idea, but they did make it better. Is mundane things, honestly. If you're willing to roll with it, we're overwhelming, because different ways to move through the environment. Lara has a grappling hook that can be used to pull things around or cross gaps. And at number 12 is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. The 11 is Streets of Rage 4. There's really Lego City Undercover. You could put just about it. 9 is Half-Life Decay. The number 8 is Gears of War 2. Gears 3, favorite. Number 7 is Splinter Cell Chaos. A set of missions that happen in parallel with the main AI. Trying to play it split screen is rough. It's one of the most entertaining. But things get complicated when you realize that neighbors can die saying, gives you new challenges that complement both players and gives everybody something to without dying. But then it was like, well, maybe the best co-op campaign is Halo. And a couple of bonus games for you. First, Evil West. Instead of zombies.
Your shell. Business, because deep little you'll start mastering and felt better than class system gives you more content that you might never see and it was intended to be played in co-op specific. You're mostly doing three things: building up defenses around your village with both roguelite and game on the market. I want to recognize that almost all of the indies we've talked about today are on this list for we've all been there. The tone plus all its details in a long, admittedly not the deep. Monster Hunter World is the only game on this list without a dedicated video on the channel, which is a total travesty considering we talk about this game all the time. World was our first Monster Hunter game and we got totally hooked on it. We picked the hardest two weapons, the Insect Glaive and the Sharp Blade, and we got right to work on mastering them. Monster Hunter games are admittedly not the deepest in terms of co-op mechanics, but that doesn't make them any less fun. Back in our college days, we would immediately hop online after class and play this for hours on end. Even though we have Rise as a pretty good follow-up, there's something about the environments and monsters of World that just feels so much more alive. Thankfully, we have Monster Hunter Wilds to look forward to as a true follow-up. Still, if you never checked out World, we think it's
Monster Hunter World is the first major rehaul of the series, which has been around since 2004. Yes, each iteration has added something new, like more weapon types and monsters, and even new mechanics like mounting, but nothing has looked as noticeably different as World does.
Oh boy, that monster is really mad now. Be ready for some vicious attacks.
As an HR-20 Monster Hunter from the original, I was a little apprehensive seeing these changes, as I'm sure many are. I love Monster Hunter entirely, but to be honest, a makeover wouldn't hurt. I want the core feeling of Monster Hunter to be intact, like the deliberate combat and intense crafting, but would absolutely welcome a more streamlined multiplayer and more open world.
On the other hand, I had never played a Monster Hunter before getting my hands on World. The series always looked like something right up my alley, but I've never been much of a handheld gamer, so I was excited to get the opportunity to finally jump in. Fortunately, it's exactly what I was hoping for. Now, if you're new to Monster Hunter like me, I'm happy to say Monster Hunter World handles excellently. Movement and combat are similar to an action RPG, and if you're familiar with the Souls series or Bloodborne, you definitely find enough similarities to get you started. In fact, in the first 10 minutes, I was already running through the massive map, dodging and stringing together light and heavy attacks to take down monsters relatively quickly. I've heard in the past the series has had a steep learning curve when it comes to controls, but I'm happy to report that I didn't have any problems whatsoever.
Yeah, and that applies to veteran hunters as well. Those combos you're familiar with from previous Monster Hunter games are still there too, with some added flair. There are a few new combos to find with your favorite weapons, which is great, and overall it feels a little faster and smoother. It's also more responsive as well. In past games, I barely blocked with a clunky greatsword, but in World, I could better rely on my character actually getting the movement done in time, and it didn't impede my movement afterward as much either.
And that's actually what I really liked about the weapons in Monster Hunter, is that each weapon class behaved differently. I spent the majority of my time using the quick dual blades that didn't actually have a block function, but instead powered up my hunter with this crazy demon mode buff that drained stamina at the cost of more damage. Now later on I swapped to a light bowgun, firing volleys of different ammo at monsters from a safe distance, which was a totally different experience than the up-close and personal dual blade style I was using for the majority of the hunt. It's actually really nice to use ranged weaponry, since, many action RPGs focus on melee. I was really enjoying the variety in the playstyles I found in Monster Hunter World.
And one of the biggest changes in World is how you actually track a monster. It's much easier with the addition of scout flies. In past Monster Hunters, you'd actually have to memorize the movement patterns of every monster to find them at the start of the mission. And if you lack the items or skills necessary, you're basically wandering around the map. And then you even had to use an item called a paintball to even keep them on your map afterwards. But this lack of an obvious path did enable veterans to really shine and take on a mentor role to new players though, which is an aspect of Monster Hunter I've always really liked.
the 4 members of our party absolutely rocked this strange T-Rex bird monster thing that we were tracking down.
It's called an Anjanath.
Whatever it's called, each one of us took on a role. I was the nimble damage dealer, Casey was the tanky warrior, we had a bard whose club also played songs, awesomely enough, that buffed us during the hunt, and we had a long-range gunner that peppered the monster with bullets all fight long. Playing with other hunters seems like it's always been a crux of the series, but I really enjoyed putting together
Hello.
Ano?
Check ko yung gameplay ng Borderlands saka ng Monster Hunter. Para mas trip ko yung Monster Hunter.
Dina-download ko na nga eh. Ang tagal nga lang, 93 gig di pa naka-install.
Ilan GB ba free ko? Wait lang. Saan naka-install yan?
SSD, saya.
Hindi. Hindi ako nag-install ng game sa SSD ko.
Sea of Thieves parang di ko trip.
Ano lang yan, casual. Casual games.
Ano kasi Monster Hunter makapaglaro tayo kahit ano eh, kahit busy yung isa. Itong
Hindi
ground.
pa ba dina-download?
Ngayon pa lang.
Grounded parang Minecraft na ano. Pero maliliit kayong tao. Tingin ako ng mga ano eh.
Monster.
Local co-op system eh.
Ito lang ano ay. Walang seeds ay.
Saan?
Ito yung...
Monster Hunter? Hindi oh. To-download na nga ako eh oh.
Ilan speed mo?
12 Mbps.
Ba't ang bagal?
Paka-umpisa lang ata eh.
Ano tong screenshot na to? Pangit ay.
Paisig yan eh. Pang ano lang eh. Pang trip-trip na laro lang eh.
Kaya na pisa to ni Rach.
Oo.
Yung Roblox
Lumang
niya.
laro na yun eh. Hindi. Astig nga yan eh.
2014.
Ano kaya? Invisible kayong lahat.
Lalaban.
Ano?
Paano yan?
Mangongomsat ka para malaman mo kung nasan siya.
Layo pa nakokomsata naman eh.
Hindi, ano yan?
Yung same
split screen yan.
Split screen. Kaya screenshot yung ano.
Yung pangalan.
Ano yan? Action games. Gusto ko sa gameplay ng Monster Hunter.
Maano din yan eh. Tawag doon. Malawak yung mechanics din.
Dami ng aralan pero okay na yan. Malalaro naman yan kahit hindi ko up, di ba? Ilang percent na iya?
25, sakto.
Abutan pa kita. 11 na ako eh.
Oh, ilan na speed sa'yo? Bumaba na ako na 3.5 na lang.
60.
Kaya mabilis sa'yo. 60 Mbps
Naka-wifi.
sa'yo.
Naka-wifi ka lang natin. Naka-wifi ka lang ba?
Hindi. LAN ako, nag-ano ako. Ayun yung upload speed ko, ang laki 50 Mbps.
Yung upload ko naman, KB lang.
Kumbaga, kinukuha mo dito yan sa akin. Magka ano lang tayo eh.
Ako muna mag-download. Gusto mo?
Hindi.
Bilis na tayong ganun.
Yung mga na-download ko na ano sa'yo, pinapasa sa'yo. Gets mo? Peer-to-peer lang yan eh. Ano lang tayo. Nasa local lang tayo.
Mabilis yan.
Kaya yung upload speed ko, taas
Pierce 5. $20.
Ito may nakaano sa akin Meron akong may peer sa akin na 192.168.1.251 lang.
Paano mo nakikita? Oh, na-post yung akin.
253 akin 253. Yeah. Nagpantay na ata tayo. Ilan na to sa'yo?
Nag-post nga yung akin eh. Natabo, nag-resume pa lang.
Oo nga nawala ka dito sa peers.
Bumagal yung akin. Nasa'yo naman ata yung Nababalik na.
Nakita mo yung ni Rach?
Yung
controller.
Nasa may lalagyan ni mama. Bakit?
Pero nga daw. Kunin ko.
Gubat na siguro yan.
Kaya nga, charge ko nga.
Yung akin natin, asan ba yung akin? Hiniram na tebo niya.
I spent 100. Built more chests to store my safely transported the cart that did land. It stayed in one location, but I was forced to melee it with swamp. I built a shelter underneath a
Monster Hunter World just around the corner, a lot of people are asking, what exactly is Monster Hunter? Well, Monster Hunter is an action RPG that'll have you hunt giant monsters. I mean, it's in the name, right? However, atypically to most RPGs, your hunter, the character you create and play as throughout the game, doesn't have any intrinsic abilities that alter over time. Health, stamina, magic, things like that. Instead, Monster Hunter offers progression through the gear and weapons that you craft. As you progress through the game, you fight bigger and tougher monsters, and it's through this process that you're able to craft new and more powerful gear. Equipping this gear is how you become stronger, and as such, this game also puts a bigger emphasis on player skill. At the end of the game, your hunter is technically no stronger than he or she was at the start, but the gear you've crafted and the combat experience you've acquired is what makes you the better hunter. The Monster Hunter series first started life back in 2004 on PS2, and since then it's made its way to PSP, 3DS, Wii U, Nintendo Switch, and now PS4, Xbox One, and soon PC. The series has for a long time been incredibly popular in Japan, and this is primarily due to its handheld presence. Handheld gaming is massive in Japan, with many people using their daily commute as a chance to play games, and given that Monster Hunter can be played both solo or with up to 3 other players, the social aspect to hunting with other people whilst out and about is Monster Hunter World.
Huwag mo i-delete sa'yo. Pagtapos, i-stop mo lang. Huwag mo i-ano. I-delete.
Bumagal yung akin
Ito hininto ko rin sa akin. Check ko lang to kung ano yung bago dito sa Discord.
Nanonood na ako ng beginner's guide.
At the core of the game, you have the monsters. Think of each of these like individual boss fights. Each monster presents a different challenge with their own unique moves and behaviours. Monsters don't have health bars, so it's down to you, as the hunter, to gradually whittle down its health and observe it as you go. When monsters begin to slow down, drool, or even limp, you know you've got it on the ropes. But hunting monsters is only half the journey. After all, Monster Hunter is all about the loot. Every monster you hunt can be carved for parts, and it's with these parts that you're able to craft some truly incredible armor and weapons. Sure, you're going to start the game looking like this, a basic hunter that nobody will pay much attention to, but before you know it, you'll be looking like this, proudly wearing that monster's armor and wielding its scales, claws and tails as your trusty blade or gun. Remember that you're not alone in your journey. While you can embark on every aspect of this game alone, should you want to, remember that help is never far away. You can hunt with up to 3 other players to form a hunting party of 4, and together you can tackle the challenges that lie ahead. Everyone gets to carve the monster at the end, everyone gets their own loot, and as such, Monster Hunter has an incredible community built on cooperation. There really is no better feeling than working together with your fellow hunters to take down that giant monster. So, now that you've had a brief introduction to the series and you know what it's all about, let's round things out with some quick tips, things that you'll for sure want to keep in mind when setting foot in the new world for the first time. First up, gather and carve everything. When you explore the world, there are loads of resources to collect. Plants, seeds, ores, insects, fish, and most importantly, monster parts. If you played the beta, then you likely wouldn't have focused on this too much since there was no progression. But items, or for want of a better word, loot, is the lifeblood of Monster Hunter. When you defeat a monster, big or small, you can carve it to get parts, and these parts will be what you use to craft your armor sets. But armor can often require random parts too, ores, bugs, etc. So in short, get into the habit of grabbing that flower, picking up that bug, mining that ore, and without fail, carving those monsters. Another thing you want to get into the habit of doing is collecting monster tracks and trails. In its most basic form, this is how you locate the monster in the vast landscape ahead of you. The scout flies point out tracks, and when you begin to gather, they'll lead you to more tracks. Eventually, once you gather enough, they'll lead you to the monster, and at this point it's up to you to take it down. However, even if you find tracks for monsters you're not hunting, still collect them. Your scout flies level up outside of the individual hunts, and the more you train them, the less you'll have to do this in the future. Eventually you'll get to the point where your scout flies just locate the monster for you the second you load into the map or the quest, so the more research you do early on, the better your life will be. Also, super quick tip, don't forget that if you want to track something in particular, you can open up your map and click your right stick to pin your scout flies on it, so if the monster runs away, it's the easiest way to make sure you're going in the right direction. But you can also pin them to your teammates, to other items, resources, even smaller monsters. Basically, it's a great way to help you navigate your way around the map. Another important thing to note is that every weapon is viable. Monster Hunter is a game that offers choice, and while some weapons might look more powerful than others, believe me when I say that there is no bad weapon in Monster Hunter. It's about finding what works for you and going from there. Some weapons are fast and use that speed to dish out the damage, some are slower, with each hit offering incredible power, and some offer range over close combat. Try them out, see what you like, and most importantly, enjoy the ride. It's also important to understand that combat in this game is a little different. If you're picking it up for the first time, it might feel a little clunky, but that's just because this isn't your run-of-the-mill action RPG, where some action RPGs offer air dashes, fast-paced hack-and-slash combos, and godlike abilities that make you feel untouchable. Monster Hunter is about reading your target and making very deliberate moves to both evade and attack. Once you begin to understand the monster's moves and your own weapon, things begin to fall into place. You'll move more freely, feel more fluid, and in general, everything will make more sense. So take your time to understand your weapon, hit the training room if needs be, and by all means, if you have any questions, hit me up in the comments. Finally, the most important thing to take note, if you're embarking on your monster hunting journey for the first time, take your time. Monster Hunter is a game that revolves around hunting monsters so that you can craft stronger armor and weapons, which in turn will help you hunt even stronger monsters later on. Sure, you can rush your way through some of the early stuff, but if you begin to hit a wall or encounter a target that is a little bit too tough, take the time to farm some new gear. Enjoy the process, build your badass collection, and then push forwards. Remember that failure is a part of the learning process. When you encounter a new monster for the first time, there's a good chance you're going to die, but in doing so you're learning its moves. Think of it like real life XP. That knowledge and experience is ultimately what will help you move forwards. Well, that and some good gear from that last monster that you just farmed. But for now, that is your general introduction to the world of Monster Hunter. If this is your first adventure, then stay tuned. I'm going to have tons of videos coming your way to explain absolutely every aspect of the game. Weapon guides, guides for monsters, handy tips, you name it. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the hunt. If you did enjoy this video, then a like would be super appreciated. Of course, if you have any questions whatsoever, then by all means drop them down below. But otherwise, thank you for watching, take it easy, catch you next time, peace out. Yo, what's going on guys, Arax here, welcome back.
Wait.
What?
Tapos na.
Bumagal sa akin. Hindi na bumalik.
Tuloy mo lang.
2 Mbps eh.
Sheesh. Did this happen? Or...
another Monster Hunter World video, and in today's video I thought I'd do something a little different and talk about how to hunt. Now I appreciate that by now if you guys have hunted any number of monsters you're probably pretty confident in what you're doing. But I do also get a good number of questions along the lines of how do I fight X monster? How do I deal with X attacks? What do you do in X situation? So I figured it'd be fun and hopefully helpful or interesting to go through everything I do and think about whilst hunting. Right from the preparation before the hunt, all the way up to the things to look out for or consider whilst you're in combat. So with that being said, if you do enjoy this and you do find it helpful, then a like would be super appreciated, and be sure to comment down below and share any tips you guys might have yourself. Things you think about in combat, things that you think might help other players that are new to the series, and also if you're a new player and you found something that works really well for you, also share that too. Now, to begin with, let's start in Astera. I've already selected the quest. We're going to be hunting a high rank Black Diablos. I picked this quest partly because I need a Black Diablos part for an upgrade, but also because Black Diablos is a good, aggressive monster that can give you a bad day if you get too greedy. And Diablos has also been known to be a bit of a wall for some people that are newer to the series, so it seems like a good pick. With the quest selected and the closest camp chosen, it's time to grab my items. Now first up, if you guys aren't using item loadouts, then I strongly recommend you do. Pressing start on this page will allow you to bring up the item loadout page. Here you can save item loadouts so that you can simply withdraw all those items anytime. It means that when preparing for a hunt it's much quicker, and if you set it up right, you're less likely to forget something important. I have my standard loadout with items I bring on every quest, and I have a second one for when I run my sleep bombing set since it contains additional items needed to combine bombs on the fly. But looking at my standard set, first up I always carry the Power Talon and Charm and the Armor Talon and Charm. These are 4 items you can leave in your bag at all times, and they stack to provide you with a bonus attack and defense boost. The Charms can be purchased from the vendor in town, and the Talons are made through crafting. You combine the Charm with a Basil Talon, and you then get these in return. You will need to buy a second set of Charms once you've done that, and they're not cheap, but since these items never expire, it's a worthwhile investment. On top of that, I carry full stacks of Mega Potions and Normal Potions. You could go the extra mile and carry 10 honey, so you can turn those Normal Potions into Megas if you run out. But honestly, I just use regular potions if I take a small bit of damage, and then Mega if I take more. I also carry a full stack of antidotes, just so I don't forget them. You never know when a Rathalos or a Rathian might fly in, or you encounter a poisonous plant or a Gadulaka. The point is, it doesn't hurt to have something to cure this just in case. You could also get herbal medicine, but for now, this is what I carry. Same thing goes with cool drinks. I just carry 5 anyway, so that when I do go to Elder's Recess, I don't forget them. As for Life Powder, this is a must-have item for everyone in multiplayer. Life Powder heals your teammates, so in situations where they might be stunned, knocked over, or immobilized by a roar, something like that, you can heal them if they need it. They're easy to make, so there should be no excuse for not carrying these with you. I also have max potions for if I faint and want to bring myself back up to full health. Again, you could go with ancient potions for that stamina too, but that depends how you feel. Nullberries are there to negate any blights. The stack of flash bugs is so that I can combine flash bombs on the fly, so instead of having just 3, you instead have 10. You could go one step further and carry 3 pre-made and 10 bugs, but I never use that many flashes, so it's not really necessary. The stake is for stamina, and the dung bombs are for if another monster decides to enter the area, you can fire dung bombs at it to make it leave. Now, that's my default loadout, that's what I'll bring on every single quest no matter what. However, given that we're fighting Black Diablos, I also want to grab some Screamer Pods, since you can use them to force it out of the ground when it burrows, provided it's not enraged. It's also worth noting that if you customize your radial menu, those customization options are saved to your item set. So if you make any changes, be sure to update the item set, otherwise the next time you go to load it, it'll revert back to whatever your setup had before. With all the items picked, it's now time to eat. Now there's more to the kitchen than I'm going to talk about in this video. We actually have a dedicated video on the channel from Welcome to Paradise, which I'll link down below if you want to know much more about the kitchen. Before a hunt, the quick and dirty option is the chef's choice, since it maxes out your health and your stamina, but if you did want to look for a better attack or defense boost, or maybe a different kitchen skill like Feline Moxie or Insurance, then you can browse through the options, but for now, we'll just eat this. So, with all of that done, now we embark on the quest. Now I'm not going to narrate every single part of this quest, but instead I'm going to cut to all the relevant moments to explain different aspects of the hunt. First things first, dropping down from the camp into this area here, I'm making a mental note that Diablos is in the vicinity, so there's a very good chance that at some point during my quest I'm going to need to contend with both the regular and the Black Diablos, which is precisely why I brought dung bombs with me. However, having now sighted it, it's on my minimap, so I can keep an eye on that as I play. Moving down here, we're then going to engage with the Black Diablos. Now, one important thing to consider when fighting any monster is what you can do in a given time window. One of the biggest killers in Monster Hunter is overcommitting or being too greedy with your combo. I know how tempting it might be to just sneak in one extra hit, but in any situation, it's better to cut it short and roll out than to land the extra attack and get hit. Ultimately, you want to live to fight another day. You'll notice here that I managed to create a small opening by timing my roll so that I could roll through the roar. I don't have any evasion armor skills, it was just a well-timed roll, but that presented me with a small window to get in a couple of extra hits. I didn't try to go for something like the Big Bang combo since I knew my window was small, so I opted for something like the triple pound golf swing since I knew it was safe and I could roll out should I need to. The other important thing to remember when hunting any monster is that it's okay to just run around and get your bearings or gauge the monster's behaviour. You don't need to be on it 24/7, this isn't a video on how to speedrun, this is a video on general hunting practices that'll get the job done and see you come out alive with your loot. As such, in situations like this where Black Diablos charges back and forth, don't always feel the need to chase it. As a melee user, you spend a lot of time chasing the monster, so sometimes it's easier just to dodge and wait for it to come back to you, in turn presenting an opening to attack. Now since I got a part break here, that provided me with a small opening to follow up with another attack, and since I'm using an impact type weapon, I was able to land the KO. And now, this is a guaranteed opening. This is where you can afford to dip into your big damage combos, the sorts of combos that take a good deal of time to pull off. Now that I've broken both of her horns, she's pretty angry, and there are a few ways you can tell this. Firstly, on the minimap, the monster eye has gone red. This means they're enraged. I also have the Agitator armor skill, which activates when they're enraged, and since it popped up on the side of the screen saying it's active, I know that this is the case. Having fought this monster before, I am now also aware that when burrowing, my Screamer pods will not be effective, so I'm not going to waste them. And I also know that she's going to be faster, more aggressive, and when she burrows at the ground, she's also going to leap forward, so I've got a few things to watch out for.
I spent 100 days in Valheim and
Ouchie, wouchie. This one wasn't good, y'all. It's getting harder and harder to be a JJK fan every week. If you haven't caught up yet, today we're talking about chapter 269 of JJK, and it's one of the worst chapters of JJK, if not the worst chapter of JJK I've ever read. You remember those Kusakabe yapping chapters at the beginning of the Gojo and Sukuna battle where we were like, hey, just give us the Gojo and Sukuna battle? But no, we were just served to 17 pages of needless explanations. Yeah, imagine that, but the context is way worse. Because, like, yeah, before when we were getting needless breakdowns on techniques that we didn't really care about, we could still be like, oh yeah, but Gojo and Sukuna are battling somewhere and we're gonna see that soon. But if you insert that same idea into what is supposed to be the third to last chapter in this story, the context of the situation is such that why are we talking about this? In a universe that is quickly becoming beguiled from all sides on account of the fact that the author seems to have an inability to give satisfying character conclusions and wrap up a universe that was teased to be one of the most in-depth and complicated and beautiful universes we've ever seen in manga history, the decision to go, oh, okay, cool, we'll explain things in the conclusion of this story and then decide that the things that you want to explain are the rules behind the new Shadow Simple Domain school and how they restrict people with binding vows is one of the most asinine and out-of-touch writing decisions I've genuinely ever seen. Hey, we want Arame's backstory. We want Kenjaku's backstory. We want to see the Heian era. We want to know what's going on with cursed corpses. What is Gakuganji up to? Why did Gojo hate the elders so much? What's going on with the three legendary families? Gojo, who was the only representative of the Gojo clan left, is dead. Maki is the only Zenin left. The only standing Jujutsu royal family are the Kamo. What's that doing to the shifting narrative of the higher-ups of the Jujutsu Society? Where's Tengen? What would the merger have looked like? How close were we to the merger? Why did we not even see it? And so many other questions. But no, what did we get from chapter 269, one of the last chapters of this story? Yuta's alive, it happened off screen like so many other important moments in this manga, and we're gonna dedicate half this chapter to introducing a character, a system, a school, and binding vows you've never heard of. At least MHA literally showed us that Hawks became the new president of the Hero Society, gave us a time skip, and so much more. How is JJK fumbling the bag this bad? But yeah, no, I'm super super cool and calm and collected about everything. Everyone's alive, there was barely any consequences, and the Shadow style. But I don't know, hey. Maybe there's going to be a part 2. So yeah, as you can tell, today we're going to be talking about chapter 269 of JJK, the roller coaster that it was. And if I was you, I would strap in and get ready for what is going to be one of the more complex videos I've ever had to make about a chapter of JJK. Because this chapter makes some of Togashi's more writing-heavy chapters seem simple. So sit back and definitely don't relax, because today we're talking chapter 269 of JJK. Explained. Before I slowly lose grip on something I love more than a lot of the people in my life, guys, please, for me, like this video, subscribe to the page, and hit that noti bell. And if you want to see me bring real-life challenges to the anime world, go ahead and follow the brand new channel I created with Stephen He, Chris Barnett, and Danny Mondo called Anime IRL. Podcast, you know it, Otaku's Anonymous, second biggest anime podcast in the world. God, follow it! I'm sorry, it's not you, okay? Well, it's not me either, actually. It's Gege. So, chapter 269 doesn't at all start off where chapter 268 left off, which was focusing around Team Gojo and them going to check up on Yuta. Nope. Chapter 269 starts off in a candy store with an editor's note of, at a small candy store on a street corner, we see Meme place what appears to be a candy bar down in front of what appears to be the shop's owner and ask, how much? Weird place to start, but it gets weirder because the next page starts with Maki yelling out, you bastard, and apparently she's yelling it at Yuta, who's fine. Maki continues on by saying, don't think everything's all lollipops and rainbows just because you're back to your old body. And now to this point that it's revealed that Team Gojo had heard the you bastard from Maki at the end of chapter 268. And Team Gojo's entered the room and Megami is trying to be a child of divorce by butting into this head-on-head conversation. And thus Megami says, Maki? At which point Maki turns away from her husband and says, oh, hey Megami, how you feeling? Megami then continues on by saying, a little bit foggy. Is this from Unlimited Void? I didn't realize it would feel like this, but I'd like to apologize to everybody. Now, Megami being a bit foggy makes sense. Gojo hit a bunch of civilians with a 0.2 second unlimited void in the Shibuya incident, and while it wasn't fatal for any of them, it did take the majority of them 2 months to regain total function. Now, obviously, Megami, as a sorcerer, would be less inclined to being crippled by unlimited void, but the unlimited void he was hit by, as Sukuna's vessel, was longer than 0.2 seconds. Maki then says later, never mind, actually, no, you have nothing to apologize for anyways. Now, to this point that Yuji, as another child of divorce, realizes, oh, my time to step in, and says, well, I have stuff to apologize for. And it's at which point the Kusakabe, as the real father of the situation, says this is all because Gojo didn't kill Itadori at the start, implying that all of the events of JJK happened because Gojo didn't kill Yuji when he consumed Sukuna's first finger. Now, that's kind of true and kind of not. Obviously, if Yuji had been killed by Gojo, then Yuji wouldn't have been able to consume all of Sukuna's fingers, and as nobody else on Earth was a strong enough vessel to even carry 2 of Sukuna's fingers, then yeah, the situation wouldn't have gotten nearly this dire if Yuji was dead, but Kenjaku probably would have just try it again. Listen, Sukuna's twin reincarnates every single generation. Kenjaku would just go take more back shots. Kenjaku was like Frank Castle in court. He was like, I love doing it. I'll do it again. And Kusakabe continues on by saying that an Itadori was a victim of Kenjaku playing Jujutsu terrorist. He then tells Yuji that he was firmly in the pro-execution camp, saying that you have Yaga to thank for me being here in the first place and me not pushing to get you murdered. He goes on to say, I don't think either side was particularly wrong. Each side had their own truth. You kids shouldn't feel the least bit guilty. You're all careless brats. Feel free to act like it. This is the shame of us adults. And that's actually really fair. See, while technically, yes, I would probably fall on the, hey, let's not execute the kid because he ate one of Sukuna's fingers camp, if hypothetically they had executed Yuji, you know, thousands of people would have survived. Now, they had no way of knowing that Kenjaku was out there playing Jujutsu terrorist and would probably just make another Yuji in another 80 or so years, and they could have continued to manage Sukuna's fingers as they popped up as finger bearers one at a time. But yeah, there definitely was nobody in the wrong. Least of all, Team Gojo, who are, like Kusakabe said, children. And that's pretty much where I stop agreeing with this chapter, because Yuji turns to Yuta, who he was told alongside us as the reader that he was going to have to go help cheer on to recover from his grievous injuries in battle. But then in actuality, he just walked into a room and the biggest threat to Yuta was Maki. And thus Yuji asks Yuta, how are you able to return back to your body, Yuta? And now it's time to get an exposition dump. As Yuta goes on to say, I have Rika-chan to thank for that. I thought her not coming with me to Gojo Sensei's body was us severing our connection. function, when in actuality, Rika was constantly using her reverse curse technique to maintain my body and heal it while I was away in Gojo's body. On top of this, Yuta's body had already been treated by Ieri, whose curse technique allows him to freeze people in a form of stasis, like he did for Nopra. Essentially, what Rika was doing was maintaining the bodily functions of Yuta's body after it had been put in stasis by Ieri after his brain had been transferred out into Gojo's body, which is, you know, fine. Yeah, Rika was shown holding on to Yuta's body after he had transferred over to Gojo's body, and yes, she was fully manifested, even though it didn't appear as though she went with Gojo. So the natural conclusion that I came to is the same conclusion that Yuta came to, that their connection had been severed, and now Rika, as the Queen of Curses, was simply going to exist as a curse spirit, though probably a curse spirit that would help humanity, and maybe Yuta as Gojo. And I thought this was an interesting possibility. Rika could go fight against the likes of Sukuna by herself, but nope. She was just using reverse curse technique to keep Yuta's body warm and his heart pumping while he was out being Gojo. And for those of you who are like, oh, Nick, what do you mean? How could his heart be pumping? His brain wasn't in his own body. Sukuna survived without a heart. Reverse curse technique does pretty crazy things. I would like to take this time to talk about the fact that Yuta did switch into Gojo's body, though, because, what did it accomplish? See, there was a really cool narrative right before Yuta switched into Gojo's body, that Gojo was the only person willing to monsterize himself for humanity, and that Yuta was willing to live up to the standard set by Gojo as the second strongest person in the Jujutsu society. And thus Yuta underwent something incredibly brave, and in return got Gojo's body, something that should have made him instantly one of the strongest entities in the universe. And all he kind of did was domain clash Sukuna and pseudo purple it, which, I mean, yeah, allowed for Todo and Yuji to get a jump on Sukuna, but I mean, they could have just done that without Yuta switching into Gojo's body. And then they were like, oh, will Yuta be able to switch back? And then he just did. That'd be like putting $1 million on 23 in roulette, it hitting, buying an F1 car, taking it for one lap, crashing it, and being like, well, you know, that one lap was fun, I guess. What was the point? Breathe. It's a story, Nick. Breathe. Yuta continues on by saying, but I really thought I died when Kenjaku's curse technique burnt out inside the domain. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is where you're going to need to get your notepads out. This is where we just begin to explain posthumously what happened in the battle against Sukuna. And somehow it makes everything more confusing. Well, see, Mei chimes in and says, well, we can consider that a slight miscalculation. We thought Kenjaku's curse technique would continue operating even after opening your domain. And did it not? Like, they have a domain clash, and then there's a big fisticuffs fight, and then, oh, look, a red or a blue pulled up a voice recorder, and then it's like, poop your pants, and then there's a purple. There was a lot that happened after the domain clash. Like, I really don't know what Mei is referring to here. Mei then continues on, I'm gonna have to read this directly from my scans. It was likely an application of barrier technique that allowed for him to make use of multiple curse techniques and actively separate them. Now, I'm assuming this is in reference to the fact that Kenjaku had access to multiple curse techniques, like anti-gravity and all the other curse techniques that he had stolen from previous bodies. Curse manipulation, maximum uzumaki, all that. I believe what Mei is saying here is that Kenjaku used barriers in his own mind to separate certain curse techniques from each other. However, she could also be saying that Kenjaku's domain expansion allowed for him to separate the curse techniques that he has and use them separately from each other. And unfortunately, both of those explanations kind of make sense based off everything we've seen from Kenjaku. Maybe then goes on to say it's obvious for somebody who's used the technique for 1,000 years, and therefore Kenjaku would be more precise with this ability than somebody using a fresh copy. And that makes me feel as though what we're talking about is the fact that Kenjaku's brain swapping technique used a barrier technique to separate his curse technique, his brain swapping technique, from the curse techniques of the body he was swapping into. And therefore the reason that Yuta might have collapsed his Gojo sooner than originally anticipated is because he wasn't able to create that barrier between the brain swapping technique and the infinity. But once again, I'm not entirely sure. Yuta then chimes in and says, well, after the technique recovered, as to what technique he's talking about, I don't necessarily know. I'm assuming Kenjaku's body swapping technique. After, let's assume, the body swapping technique recovered, I was in a state of suspended animation. Now, I'm assuming this is in reference to the fact that the body swapping technique requires somewhat constant updates. Like when they were talking about switching Yuta's brain into Gojo's body, they said there was 3 possibilities. The body swapping technique required continuous input, that it required intermittent input, and that it required input very rarely. And if it was continuous or it required input every couple of minutes, that was going to be bad for Yuta because his copy only lasts 5 minutes. But his copy technique couldn't have recovered because, like he says later in this sentence, he wasn't connected to Rika, and Rika is how he gets his copy. So I'm assuming he's saying his body swapping technique recovered, but that doesn't necessarily make a huge amount of sense to me considering what we know already, considering the fact that his copy technique should only last 5 minutes and he was copying the body swapping technique. So that technique shouldn't recover for him. But whatever, he's in a suspended state of animation and he eventually gets reconnected to his external source of cursed techniques, aka Rika. He then literally yada yadas by saying, and then we eventually got here thanks to all of you. I'm so sorry to have worried you all. That's it. Technique recovered, suspended animation, connected to Rika, recovered. I mean, it's an explanation. I would have liked to see it happen. Yuji, being Yuji, gets over it immediately as he yells out, "Don't sweat it." But Maki, the mom of the situation here, does not get over it immediately. As she says, the real problem here is that if Yuta conducted himself even remotely more intelligently, this battle would have been a lot more easy. And it's at this point that we, for some reason, get real retrospective. Sure, the entire world is yelling at you to explain your universe. Let's step by step go over the fight that all of us just read. Maki steps in by saying, first, I should have led the attack against Kenjaku. Then there's Higuruma's executioner sword plan. If we used Inumaki's remote curse speech activation in Higuruma's domain, this fight could have been over in a flash, and therefore Higuruma should have had the tape recorder with him. And it's this point that the narrator steps in, gives us a little necessary exposition, saying that curse speech cannot be activated more than once simultaneously. And therefore, until the tape recorder is played, the technique is considered in use, which means that only one tape recorder was allowed. Thanks, Yage. Good job explaining. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because if we're breaking down, oh, Higuruma should have had a tape recorder, oh, Yuta should have had a tape recorder, some people are going to be like, well, give everybody tape recorders. But it's at this point that the 530,000 IQ person in the room steps in and says, yeah, nah, Maki, you're wrong. See, you can't be seen as a target for my Boogie Woogie, because she doesn't have cursed energy. Betting on a Okotsu to succeed in a surprise attack without my help would have been very risky. Not to mention, Okotsu and Rika's power was necessary for stopping all of the cursed spirits that flowed out of Kenjaku. Now, something interesting is said here. It's said in a very subtle way, but it's also a very important piece of information. See, everybody wondered how Yuta was able to get the drop on Kenjaku. See, while the tentative explanation that we got is that Kenjaku was having so much fun with Takaba, which, by the way, where is Takaba? Did he die? Did he just, like, will himself to death? That he didn't notice Yuta's approach. However, what's being revealed here is that the real reason that Kenjaku didn't feel Yuta's approach is because Todo used Boogie Woogie to put Yuta directly behind Kenjaku, which subsequently led to Yuta getting the drop on Kenjaku and cutting his head off. And that is a cool tidbit of information that I will give this chapter props for. Unless we already knew that, and I forgot, which is a genuine possibility. Tiny Panda then steps into the conversation and says, I also have a point, as he says that Inumaki's curse speech being used against Sukuna could really only happen in the scenario that it happened in. At least if Inumaki wanted to survive. See, because by the time that the curse speech was used against Sukuna, not only was he surprised in not seeing it coming, he was also heavily injured. And therefore, Panda continues on by saying that if we had used curse speech against Sukuna when he was feeling fine and dandy, the blowback would have killed Inumaki. Which, like, would have been fine. Oh, Inumaki died for the blowback, but we stabbed Sukuna with the executioner's blade. Yeah, he died for a good cause. Give his body to Rika, and then boom, it's like he's still here with us. Inumaki then confirms by saying, Salmon Row. Higuruma also pops into the we're putting Maki down conversation, saying that Sukuna was just toying with me. He could have killed me at any time if he wanted to. And if somebody like Yuta was there, he probably would have. I'm assuming what he means here is that Sukuna didn't deem Higuruma as a threat. However, if Yuta was around, Higuruma would have become more of a threat, and thus he would have had to kill Higuruma. So Yuta not being around for Higuruma's battle against Sukuna is what kept him alive. Which, like, by the way, Higuruma's alive means officially, the only two people that died during the battle against Sukuna were Chozo, a cursed spirit, and Gojo. And, like, if we're being real, if you gotta take either Chozo or Higuruma, take Higuruma. Like, I get it. People love Higuruma, but really, all the characters introduced after the Shibuya incident, it's like a half care. They're like stepkids. He's a cool character. He's had some great moments. But if there's one character you don't need to pull out of the death bin, I think we can all agree it's Higuruma. Hell, I could say the same thing for Kusakabe. Like, Higuruma and Kusakabe both being alive, I mean, the Disney Kaizen allegations may or may not be correct. They're both two cool characters, and I'm happy they're alive, but like, do they need to be?
Well, maybe Kusakabe needs to be alive because he needs to become the next head of the new Shadow School style.
I always mix the words up. Higuruma goes on by saying that curse speech is easy to counter. I'm the one who decided that it would be best used inside of Yuta's domain where nobody else could interfere. On top of that, with no violence allowed in my domain, using it would have been impossible. And on top of that, with no violence allowed in my domain, using it would have been impossible. And that's a dumb point, objectively. There's no violence allowed in my domain. Yeah, man, until you get the execution order, and then at that point you use curse spirit. You already have the executioner's blade. That's violence. Kusakabe then says what we're all thinking and says, well, it's still pretty crazy that a guy who just became a sorcerer 2 months ago is still kicking after all that. At which point, Higuruma tells us it wasn't intentional. And like, yeah, man, we know. We all saw you get the X. Maki then apparently sick of having all of her points fact-checked like Donald Trump in the after all that. At which point, Higuruma tells us it wasn't intentional. And like, yeah, man, we know. We all saw you get the X. Maki, then apparently sick of having all of her points fact-checked like Donald Trump in the debates, goes, regardless. The backup from abroad. And it's at this point that we see Miguel and LaRue walking, and Miguel is sneezing. If those two had been here from the start, things might have been different. And like, yeah, and it's this point that everybody looks at Yuta and goes, that's true. So Maki won some points. Good for her. But Yuta goes on the defensive immediately and says, they told me they weren't coming. I told you it was a long shot. To which Maki responds by saying, and yet they came anyways. And Yuji, once again, as a child of the divorce, goes, easy now, please. Don't yell in the kitchen. He then goes to back up Yuta, who Maki has by the throat, as he says that Yuta's cursed tools allowed for me to hide my lost fingers, which reveals to us what those red and gold gauntlets that Yuji was wearing for the entirety of the battle against Sukuna were. I mean, yeah, we knew they were cursed tools, but apparently they were cursed tools that belonged to Yuta, which really doesn't actually explain anything. But then again, how much explanation do you need about the red and gold gloves? Actually, a little bit would have been nice. Maki then counters his point with her second really good point, which is you could have done that with gloves. Yuji then chips in and says, but Yuta also hindered Sukuna when he tried to open his domain a second time. And what Yuji is referring to here is that after Yuta/Gojo collapsed, the bits and pieces of his domain expansion that were still floating around, he used to stop Sukuna from opening another domain, a domain that probably would have killed Yuji in Toda. Hikari then says, I thought being able to stand by inside of Rika was pretty useful. And I believe what he's referencing here is that when Gojo and Sukuna were battling, the Kusakabe coalition hung out inside of Rika so that they could jump into the battle whenever necessary. And because they were able to stay close to the battle, the second that Gojo was cut down by Sukuna, they didn't have to skip a beat in jumping Sukuna, and therefore were able to separate Urame from Sukuna from the jump. So without Rika and Yuta, that wouldn't have been possible. It's at this point that Toda steps in and says, listen, necessary. And because they were able to stay close to the battle, the second that Gojo was cut down by Sukuna, they didn't have to skip a beat in jumping Sukuna, and therefore were able to separate Urame from Sukuna from the jump. So without Rika and Yuta, that wouldn't have been possible. It's at this point that Toda steps in and says, listen, not everything is Yuta's fault. Some of the things are my fault. I worked with Meme to prepare for getting people out of Sukuna's domain, and yet Chozo and Yuji, he calls him my brother, were still caught up in it. Now it's at this point that Kirara, and like, was Kirara in this fight? Like, she's talking like she was in this fight, and I genuinely don't remember her doing anything. But anyways, the femboy steps in and says, well, isn't that a technique range issue? To which Toda responds by saying it was more of a cursed energy issue. Apparently the cursed energy in the center of the circle of Sukuna's domain expansion is so dense that Todo couldn't grab Yuji and Chozo. Ino then says, I was in the eye of the domain expansion as well, but we jumped into action and saved me. Ino says that he should have saved Chozo. But Yuji interrupts and says, I would have died if that happened. It's no one's fault. And, well, Well, hold up. You're telling me we had a choice between Chozo and Ino and chose Ino? Listen, I love the Shiesty Sorcerer as much as anybody else, but maybe grab Chozo. Maki then goes on to say, well, I'm not trying to blame Yuta. It kind of seems like you're trying to blame Yuta. I got hit by 2 black flashes as well, which also, like, isn't really your fault. She then goes on by saying, but he... Never mind. Which leaves Yuta puzzled and confused. I believe what Gege is driving at here is that Maki's upset with Yuta because A, he's probably the strongest person still left alive, and B, because he was so reckless with his life, and she loves him. And this is how she shows it. It's at this point that we just check in with all of the people we simply don't need to hear from, as Miwa feels the need to chip in and says, I was terrified. And it's like, yeah, no duh, Miwa. You used all of your power to try and hit Kenjaku, and he caught the blade. She goes on to say, as Maki-san's mark, not entirely sure what that means, and as somebody who couldn't participate in the plan against Sukuna's domain, which also doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me, like her whole thing is simple domain. If I was one of the only ones saved by Toto-senpai's technique, I don't know what I would have done. And I'll let you know what you would have done, Miwa. Died. Painfully. Kusakabe then chips in and says, I told you not to get involved in that fight. Amiwa says, I didn't do anything, which is self-aware. And that you would have objected had... Amiwa says, I didn't do anything, which is self-aware. And that you would have objected had I told you. At this point that Momo, I totally forgot her name, Witch Girl, also feels the need to chip in and says, I'm sorry, I didn't do anything. And it's like, hey, Momo and Miwa, if you didn't do anything during Sukuna's battle, just fade into obscurity. It's what you've been doing for the past 60 chapters. Mei, who also didn't do a huge amount during the Sukuna battle, chips in and says, well, your broom gave me a lovely ride. Hikari, who kind of did something during Sukuna's battle, even though we didn't get to see it. I wanted to help in the battle against Sukuna after taking care of Arame, but they use the pronouns they. Interesting. Hikari, well-known femboy lover. Arame ends the story with their clothes off, uses they-them pronouns. Were they fighting, actually? Nober then chips in by saying that I was asleep until the very end. So, at this point that the hits keep rolling, and we just keep checking in with people I don't need to hear from. As Wee says, well, everyone has their regrets, but I don't think anybody would object to the fact that I was the true MVP of that battle, and... honestly, I can't necessarily disagree with that. I mean, yeah, there was more important people on the battlefield than Wee. I mean, Yuta and Yuji were there, but like objectively, a lot more people would have died without his help. But at this point, the Kirara checks in and says, you left me mid-combat. To which Wee responds, well, you're heavy. And like, am I taking crazy pills, or did Kirara not fight? I feel like I'm not forgetting something. Now this obviously leads to Kirara trying to jump Wee, and Hikari has to drag him away. And yes, Kirara is a man. Like I said, Hikari, lover of femboys. Now Kusakabe checks in to check Wee and says that while you were out busting your hump, your big sis was relaxing. At which point Wee introduces what is genuinely one of the dumbest writing twists I've ever seen in my entire life. As he goes, well, my beloved sister worked herself to the bone for the new shadow teachings. To which Kusakabe responds by saying, now that's a convenient excuse. And as we continue down the long line of people I don't currently need to be hearing from, Mei says, I won't deny a thing. My life is priceless, and there's no use betting on priceless. And while that does kind of make her the worst, goddamn is it relatable. The way I would dodge a draft, just like the way I would dodge a draft is crazy. Now, to this point that Hikari needs to move the conversation forward, so he goes, by new shadow stuff. Goddamn, there's no use betting on priceless. And while that does kind of make her the worst, goddamn is it relatable. The way I would dodge a draft, just like the way I would dodge a draft is crazy. Now, to this point that Hikari needs to move the conversation forward, so he goes, by new shadow style. You mean dealing with the binding vow, preventing the new shadow style from being taught to outsiders? And I just need everybody... I just need everybody to sit down for this one. This is like the least motivated I've ever been to talk about JJK. To this point, the Kusakabe goes, exactly! The inherited binding vow of the school's simple domain. And by schools, he means new shadow style school. The original creator, Ashiya Sadatsuna created the binding vow with the idea of it being inaccessible to curse technique users, because simple domain is supposed to be used by non-curse technique users as a way to defend themselves against domain expansions. Meme chips in and says, well, as the generations fly by, the new shadow style was no longer of public interest, and the simple domain fell behind a paywall. Now, to this point, that Yuji and Nobra are like the rest of us and are just shrugging with no idea what's going on. Meme goes on to say that they essentially monopolize the technique, invite disciples, and then have them undergo binding vows so that they can use the techniques. And since new shadow style techniques are the cornerstone of Jujutsu sorcerers who don't have their own techniques, they can recruit a lot of sorcerers, and thus they can force a lot of sorcerers into binding vows kind of against their wills. Now, this doesn't mean everybody you've ever seen use the new shadow style simple domain is under these binding vows. Toto learned the simple domain from Tsukumo in Mekamaru's style, aka the 4 tubes that Mekamaru created that withheld the simple domain that he fired at Mahito. And creating the simple domain and compartmentalizing it down into these tubes is the only way that he was able to use a simple domain. And thus Tsukumo learned this simple domain style from Mekamaru and thus taught it to Toto. The conversation then goes on with somebody asking Meme, so what's so tricky about this binding vow, stopping it from being taught to outsiders? But Meme goes on, well, that's only part of the binding vow. There's also the fact that disciples who go to the new shadow style school are unable to refuse a summons from the head of the new shadow style school. And since we know breaking a binding vow you make with somebody else is incredibly dangerous, this means that essentially all of the disciples of the new shadow style school are slaves to the head. Meme then continues on by saying, and then there's the especially troublesome bit, the lifespan. This isn't so much a technique or a binding vow, it's more like a curse. And although we don't necessarily know how true it is, apparently the head of the new shadow style school absorbs the lifespan of all of its disciples. Now this throws basically everybody in the room for a tizzy. Megami, Nobara, as Meme continues on by saying, well, yeah, but nobody knows who the head of the school is. On top of this, there's no way to tell if the lifespan contract exists. After all, there are plenty of disciples of the new shadow style school who have lived long lives. And that's kind of fair. Kind of like in Chainsaw Man when the American president uses the gun devil by offering 1 year off the lifespan of every American. So long as every single one of the disciples isn't dying at like 40, you can't necessarily know whether or not it was the contract or if they just died youngish. Meme then continues on with this completely pointless yapping by saying that when the head dies, the school's best disciple becomes the next head. However, only they're made aware of it, so there's no way to suss out who the next head is, because anonymity is important as the head of the new shadow style school. And it's at this point that Kusakabe checks in and says only the head of the school can make the binding vows null. Kusakabe continues by saying, as far as I know, amongst all of the top students in the new shadow style school, nobody knows anything about the head. But Meme chips in and says, well, there wasn't anybody who knew. As Kusakabe reveals, I'm the head of the new shadow style school now, which elicits a the head. But Meme top binding vows null. Kusakabe continues by saying, as far as I know, amongst all of the top students in the new shadow style school, nobody knows anything about the head. But Meme chips in and says, well, there wasn't anybody who knew. As Kusakabe reveals, I'm the head of the new shadow style school now, which elicits a huge response from Miwa. I am so tired of talking about this. Kusakabe goes on to say that he's nullified all of the binding vows revolving around the new shadow style principles, at which point Wee checks in and says at least save some of the benefits for the newcomers, at which point Meme, kind of like a big sister, hoists Wee up into the air and says when you become the next head one day, Wee you can collect a big monthly tuition from all of your students. And while this would be sweet, Kuala Lumpur happened. So I want these two away from me at literally all times. Now Wee yells out, "Ah, sis, you truly are a miser." And then we cut back to the candy shop. Actually, that's not true. Before we cut back to the candy shop, Meme says to Wee, it's time for the Jujutsu world to follow the real world and enter an era of subscriptions. Which is like it's actually a kind of funny joke. Then we cut back to the candy shop where the elder's asking, oh, how much? To which Meme responds by saying, for your life. And it's revealed that what happened on the first page of this chapter wasn't Mei asking for how much a candy bar was, but genuinely trying to extort an old woman. Though an old woman who's the head of the new Shadow Style School and has been seeping life from all of her students. So it's not a bad thing. The elder then asks, how did you know I was here? How did you know I was the head? To which Mei responds by saying, I just asked somebody with the proper information. And if Mei does genuinely have any role in this story, it is that of a spy. She does get things done that nobody else could. The elder then says that nobody should have that information, but apparently everybody's got a cost. Mei then goes on to explain what this head of the new Shadow Style School's plan was. As she says, gathering disciples until your power rivaled that of the three big families, you wanted to take over the Jujutsu world, including ousting the higher-ups. Right? And it's this point that either the elder yells out for Tengen to help her or realizes that Tengen is the person who betrayed her. Now, as to why Tengen would know who the head was, we can't really say. Like, the best guess I could make is that Tengen is the master of all barriers in Japan and the new Shadow Style revolves around the usage of barrier techniques, but that feels thin. This also may or may not confirm that Tengen is still alive. I don't know, it's kind of a weird inclusion. Mei then goes on to say that you would have needed years and years. That's why you drained the lifespans of your disciples. There was something you wanted to see, wasn't there? Aspirations like this seem almost priceless. And now, with the Zenin clan annihilated, we stand on the cusp of a great war, wherein both the Kamo and Gojo clans could face destruction. And it's this point that I remembered that Gojo was not the only member of the Gojo clan. He was the clan head and the only person who had the 6 eyes in the infinity, but the Gojo clan is still very much around. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's just we never see anybody else from the Gojo clan. I mean, I guess we see like Gojo's parents walking around when he first sees Toji, but that's really it. Maybe then continues on by saying, but you know, some things more important than money can't be protected without the proper funds. There were sorcerers who would have managed to survive if your monopoly on simple domain wasn't in place. And this is actually very fair. The fact that it's so difficult to learn simple domain, which is the best possible counter to a domain expansion, made it so a fair amount of people who got caught up in domain expansions ended up dying. Now, I can't necessarily name like anyone in particular, actually. I mean, Gojo died outside of a domain. Yuji knew simple domain. It just got blown away from him, so Chozo had to sacrifice his life for him. But I guess, like, if Chozo knew simple domain, he could have used simple domain on top of putting his blood around Yuji. But simple domain wouldn't have helped in that domain because it wasn't a guaranteed hit effect. It was just a ton of fire. Outside of that, Nanami didn't die inside of a domain. Nobara didn't die inside of a domain. Yuta didn't die. Well, Yuta did die inside of a domain, but it had nothing to do with the guaranteed hit. He was in his own domain. I think she's just referring to sorcerers in general, which is very fair. But Mei immediately shatters all the goodwill that she was just building up, as she reminds us that all of this is just for her little brother, saying, more than anything, you are trying to make my dear little brother damaged goods. That alone made this an inevitability. And for those of you who don't remember, genuinely can't say I blame you, Wee can use simple domain. He uses it against the smallpox spirit, and thus Mei cuts down the head of the new Shadow Style School. Now you might be wondering to yourself, Nick, why did I learn any of that? And genuinely, that's a really good question. Why does it matter how the new Shadow Style School works? Do I need to know about the head of the new Shadow Style School leeching years from their disciples? No. It's a concept that has not only introduced this chapter, but also concluded this chapter. Kusakabe is the new head, everybody gets to learn new Shadow Style, the old head is dead, which means all of the power that they collected and the force they wanted to be to rally against the Jujutsu world is gone. It is an open and closed plot point over the course of half of one of the more important chapters in JJK. And genuinely, for the life of me, I do not know why we talked about it. It is 9 pages long. 10 pages if you want to count from when Miwa started talking. And the only way I can spin it
What? Did he die? Savior died just like that. Ah. That was disappointing. It's quite disappointing.
That's a good advice.
Same as the wizard.
Bunch of cards.
Who's that? Tangkad sa Glinde dahil
What did I tell you about breathing? Through your mouth, in rhythm with your steps.
She was chainsaw. What is that?
Juice. Cheap ass Chinese food. Snack. Is that a gun? What is it?
God damn. God.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Party seems fair.